All right, everyone, we will convene our meeting. Welcome to our Ordinary Council meeting for the month of June. Firstly, have we got any apologies? I've got no apologies. Any conflicts of interest for reporting? I want to start firstly with several acknowledgements. Firstly, some will have noted in the King's Birthday Honours yesterday, there were two recipients from our district and one outside, and so we acknowledged those yesterday on our Facebook. But particularly, I'd like to congratulate former Deputy Mayor Neville Atkinson, who long-term service to this district in many ways. Said in his summary, it was over 50 years association with various events and activities, but also long-term community board member, and also through not only his role with the council, but many organisations. So absolutely justified his awarding of a King's Service medal. And actually, I said to him yesterday, because a number of us were invited around to his place, Neville Thomas, I didn't realise it was Neville Thomas, and he said it just shows the depth of to the district, as his grandfather or his father used to do trial dogs or something out at Mount Thomas, so Thomas is named from Mount Thomas. So I thought that was just something worth observing. And the other is Bob Norrish, former principal at Oxford Area School. But Bob not only was there, he was acting principal for something like 14 schools in remote areas, including the Chatham Islands. Many of us got to know Bob in his role as principal, but also more broadly the service that he's given to lots of community organisations. When I was chair of the Oxford Arts Trust, he was volunteered and was a member, particularly to make sure that the linkages between the high school and young artists, and artists in particular, were connected. But both Bob and Cheryl have both given a lot to Oxford and the broader community. So wonderful to see that he was made a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit. And the other is Jenny Huey, who is former chair of Environment Gallery, but also long-term her award was really for her work with not only in governance but also with community law. It's something she's very passionate about. Her daughter works for us in our library, so it's just thought it appropriate to acknowledge Jenny as well, and all honours recipients, because to achieve that recognition is something very special, but also for the families who often have given up a lot while their respective spouse or partner has provided that support. So I just would observe that from the Kaipoi area, there's a number that have had, that Kaipoi Te Ihui Community Board have certainly excelled with the number of KSMs or QSMs come along. So with Deputy Mayor Phillip and formerly Al Blackie as well, who got a KSM, so, and Jackie Watson, of course, just recently. So it's really nice to see that there is that recognition, and coming out of that area, quite something. So something I just thought I'd observe. So congratulations to each of them, and we'll celebrate that in our usual way. The other is I just wanted to acknowledge on Friday and Saturday, Paula Thackwell holds a disability and carers dance. And I popped along on Friday night. She just does an amazing job connecting people in our community that are often forgotten about, that sit in homes and don't have that connection. And it was just filled my cup completely Friday night, going along there and seeing people dancing and enjoying themselves. Some had, for the last 6 months, had been getting their outfits ready for it. So it's just lovely to see, and Paula does that because of her own personal connection, but there were people that came as far away as down Fairley Way and those sort of connections. So there's big distances that some had travelled to Isle, I believe, as well, to Muka, that come here for both nights. So it's something that there isn't, apparently it's not done a lot of, but it's something that Paula has, and it was held at the Baptist Church. So just want to acknowledge Paula. And lastly, very sad, I saw on Saturday that I had heard from Sandra Stewart that she was unwell with Jan Pentecost. So Jan passed, and Jan has given a huge, she was from Sefton, and given a huge service to Grey Power, both at a national level and a local level. She served as national president. She was also the secretary, and here had served as president. In fact, I believe was still president up until recently. So there's a celebration for her life on Sunday at 2 o'clock at the RSA. So I'd just like us to stand and observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Any other acknowledgements? My chair seems to be sinking right down, so with that, I might need some re-gassing at some point. Well, some would say I've probably got enough hot here anyway. All right, okay. Come to confirmation of minutes. Some are prepared to move. Moved. Is that a question, or are you prepared to move, Councillor McLaren? I'm prepared to move. Councillor McLaren seconded the Deputy Mayor. Would you like to add anything? I'll put the minutes. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. I just also should just observe matters arising from the minutes on Saturday. I did join with the Deputy Mayor and the Chair of Environment Canterbury to pop along and have a look at what other options there might be in the Banyans Haywards locality for alternatives. So very insightful and helpful. Thank you to Don for making yourself available. Don, your front staff. It's actually, until you visualise some of the things they talked about, it's actually quite, if you took just a strict reading of it, then of course there is a possible solution, but actually it's not till you get out there and have a look for yourself that there's so many conflicts of various activities that are going on, and so it's going to be the work that gravel reference group is going to do is quite critical to that. So just wanted to observe that, and also to appreciate Chair Dion for making from joining us here. Jared, I saw Jared arrive. I understand the barrier arms are down. Is that, if someone got that under control? It's been under control.
Yeah, so yes, correct. One of the arms is down and they're having to manually control it. It's actually managed by that section of the ZTA section, and the barrier is it's Kiwi Rail. But look, we're well aware of it, and yes, it's not something that we directly
I
control.
Knew it wasn't. Yeah. Knew it wasn't out of control, but someone was observing it for some time, so that message has got through. Thank you. Any deputations and presentations? I haven't been advised of any. Adjourned to business. The first is regular airfield governance review. Doug and Chris.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Purpose of this report is to seek approval of the proposed new governance arrangements for the Rangiora Airfield. We've been working on this process, well, it all started back in about late 2023 when we started having discussions with the present Airfield Advisory Group. Since then we've had a number of workshops both with the advisory group and with council, and that's ultimately culminated in this report. The last review was back in 2019. That's basically when the terms of reference were last reviewed for the advisory group. Since then, there has been other changes. Obviously, we've now got the airfield manager and safety officer appointed in 2023 and has made some great progress improving things out at the airfield. It's probably worth noting that in this report we talk about the advisory group. We also talk about the airfield management group and the safety team. I would just note that basically the management group and the safety team have effectively already been functioning. So we propose to continue with that. Probably one of the most significant changes, there's some changes to or proposed changes to the present membership of the advisory group, and also we propose to change it to a user group as opposed to an advisory group, and there's some commentary in the report about the reasons for that. Staff feel that the user group is the appropriate name going forward. We also, you'll note in here, we do propose to change the frequency of meetings there. The advisory group, or if it does become a user group, does rely heavily on volunteers, and they put in a huge amount of time. So we think that we could probably conduct the business as needed, probably with bi-monthly meetings. We can, of course, hold more meetings if there's enough business. We also propose to review the terms of reference for the user group, but we propose to do that after the group's established and let them be involved in that process of reviewing that. Would just note also, a small correction to recommendation F, which discusses the potential recruitment of an independent chairperson for the user group. There's a list of people there on the panel. Just note that it differed to the list that was on page 34 in your agenda. So we would propose that the recommendation, if that was acceptable to council, would change to match the bullet points on page 34, which would be a recruitment group of Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ward, the General Manager, Community and Recreation, i.e. Chris, the Airfield Manager and Safety Officer, which is Owen, and the current Airfield Advisory Group Chairperson, which is Steve Noth. We did also note in the report that if these recommendations are adopted, so there is some changes to membership and some of the current roles would be no more. So there's possibly a need for recognition of the large amount of service that those people have put into the operation of the airfield until now. But we haven't discussed it in this report, but it's probably something that council may want to consider in future. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions of colleagues. Councillor Fulton, followed by the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Duncan, for that report. I noticed in the proposed sort of change in structure, can you give me a view on what it would be like to within this proposed structure to introduce more fundamental changes? Say if you went for the big bang and you decided that the council was going to sell off half of its share, or or privatise or something. It doesn't seem like a mechanism that you're going to get to that decision very quickly. It seems like more of the same. That's a view rather than a question. So how wieldy or unwieldy is this for actually making more fundamental decisions about the ownership of the airport? Because it seems that those interests will have a very heavy say.
Yeah, I guess what we're proposing is a user group. So at the moment, there's probably a little bit of misunderstanding about the function of the group, and that's amongst the group. The decision making ultimately rests with council. So I think council's usually quite keen to hear the views of the members of that user group, because they basically represent the wider airfield community. But ultimately, those decisions around the future airfield strategy and ownership, that's something that council would need to decide on. There was budget allocated in the annual plan for the coming financial year for us to undertake that strategic review. That would be led by staff, and through that process we'd seek the views of the user group, but really that's kind of all that would be. Ultimately that decision would be council's.
So just Councillor Forsman, I realise you weren't here last week, but there was some desire expressed around that, and there'll be the timing that's right, but at the moment, while we're waiting for stop banks and other measures to be resolved, it's not the right time to be considering it
I
at the moment.
wasn't preempting a decision or attempted to sway anyone by means of my question. It was really about the mechanism, because, because it seems like that group, even in its new form, would have a substantial say in any discussion like that.
Yes, I mean, the group is there.
Use your mic, please.
It's flashing at me. The group's primarily there for the operation of the airfield, and when we've had longer term decisions about what we do at the airfield in the past, they all do represent their own individual user groups on the airfield, but they have a huge amount of knowledge and expertise around the aviation industry, and I guess historically in the way in which the airfield's been run here in Rangiora. So you're right, when you look at the current people that are on the group and the changes that we've made, it's not monumental changes, and that's because of the fact that at the moment there's lots of representatives from lots of different user groups, and we still need to have lots of different representatives from lots of different user groups to hear what they have to say about the ongoing day-to-day operational things that we need to do. We've got the money to do a larger review, and before we would start that review, we would still have to look at what the full project plan for that review actually looked like, and how we were going to consult with not just user group but the rest of the people on the airfield and the wider community on what the future of the airfield looked like.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. A question relating to the recommendation. Is it the recommendation from staff that K supports option 1A? And if it does, should not notes be replaced by the word approves? So essentially, what is the staff recommendation? 1 or 1A? That's K on page 27.
Well, as written at present, the staff recommendation is option 1. However, wouldn't take much to change. If a councillor wanted to move a change to K to make option 1A the preference. Your read is correct. Staff recommendation is option 1 per recommendation D.
Right, thank you.
Which means?
There's a bullet point list there in recommendation D. The key difference between the recommendation D and recommendation K, the difference there is K has the retention of one of the independent advisors, not on the user group, but just available to.
Understand.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Duncan.
Are you indicating you're prepared to move, Deputy Mayor? Yes. Yes. Which one are you going to move?
I'd move the recommendation, but with K changed to approves additional option 1A as a variation to option 1.
You have your support that, Councillor Ward? You indicated you were going to, so just to be, so I was just checking. All right, would you like to speak?
This has been a fairly lengthy process that has gone on for a number of years prior to my appointment to the advisory group. At the end of the day, I think the name is not particularly relevant, whether it's an advisory or a user group, but the name user may more accurately reflect the membership of the group. The original intention was to reduce the number of members, sort of almost got there, but it's still a large group. There may be pathways for some of the members who are not on the group to come back through the group or to the group through their membership of various groups at the airfield. This has gone, unfortunately, I had a meeting in Christchurch and wasn't able to attend the last advisory group meeting, but I understand this was to be discussed at the meeting. There are varying levels of support for change, but at the end of the day, I think this is a compromise. My slight alteration provides for the current independent member, or one of them, Bruce Drake, to remain as effectively what I would call a consultant who can be consulted on various matters if necessary, but not a member of the group. So there are all sorts of nuances to try and get consensus, and I think at the end of the day we've ended up with a reasonable solution. So I'd like to thank the staff for their work. It hasn't been an easy task, it's taken years, but hopefully we're there this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just, Deputy Mayor, I assume that paragraph F is as per page 34. Is that what you are moving? Which is what staff advised?
Yes, sorry, there is a change to that to reflect the report. I'm happy to include the names in the report.
I'm happy to allow that. Just want to double check as long as the seconder was happy. Councillor Ward. Okay. If you'd like, would you like to speak, Councillor Ward?
Yes, this has been a really long process, and it hasn't really achieved too much in reducing the number of people involved in the operational part, but I think that it does fairly represent the people for now, and I'm happy to support A to P as in the recommendation. And Duncan, I think really want to say you're doing an amazing job out there, and it's not easy, it hasn't been easy, but I really appreciate the work that you do out there for us. Thank you.
I'm going to support the recommendation. I think it's been a long journey, and I've been a member of that advisory group in the past, ex officio on it presently, and there's been, look, I just want to, I guess, say that we've been fortunate to have people who are passionate, who've given huge amounts of years of service to the advisory group. But we're now at a different stage in the airfield's progress. The council has spent significant resource down there, and we also have the partnership emerging with a new owner on the neighbouring properties who's got a development proposal, and I note that that's included in there around coming to some conclusions about what those arrangements look like. I think it's time that an independent chair is sought. And I do note there that it's hopeful that a volunteer will emerge, and if one doesn't, there's some resource to support obtaining someone with a suitable qualifications. In that process, the thing that's been important to me in some of the meetings I've been to is, while this has reduced the numbers and it's changed hopefully the makeup of the management of the advisory group as well as the user group, it's just been important to respect those who've had a role and make sure that they're not feeling that their contribution is being sidelined in any way. And that's where the likes of Kay, I think, is an important addition because it just calls upon that resource if the airfield user group requires that. And I would like to especially acknowledge the role of Steve Node over many, many years here as a volunteer. He's given a huge amount of his time. We've been very fortunate to have that. I think the bit that was quite substantial for me, it was something I was just reflecting on the other day, is the amount of ratepayer resource that goes in here. It's not insignificant. We're about 800,000 it costs us per annum, and with user fees and others, it's around 600k cost to the ratepayer. So it's not insignificant. And that's where I think understanding what is the best model for running this in the future is something I've got an open mind to, and I'm not opposed to it being sold if the right structure can be found and the right ownership measure that protects the airfield, because that's the most important bit. We don't want to find a situation which has happened in Pegasus, where an asset gets sold and then there's all sorts of risk that then occurs. But making sure the appropriate protections are there and the right ownership model is something we should consider, because for the level of investment that's going to be required over the coming period or years, including sealing runways, it's not insignificant amounts of money. Is that something we can justify to the ratepayer easily? I don't think so. Not in the present climate, but to achieve the aspirations of the airfield, a private investor may well be in a better position than us. And they are all the things that I personally just want to understand and see what is best for running it in the longer term. Like Joan, I'd like to acknowledge all the staff that are involved in particular and the amount of effort that goes into making sure that their safety, but also that the safety aspects are paramount, but also the effective management of the airfield. It's gone from a user group, passionate enthusiasts to an advisory group structure to now a user group, but with a management overlay. And the important bit to me is that the chair of both the user group and the management will be the same, hold the same function, so that there is a connection there. Just to note that there is significant risk if it's not managed right, and that's the bit that we've got to make sure that we ensure is undertaken right. The airfield's near my home. I hear the users going over and above, and I love it. I love aircraft. So I think with the right structure going forward, this will do the trick, and we'll see the next iteration of this, where we get to, but we've got to resolve issues with the stock bank and other things before we even remotely consider that, in my view. Any further speakers? Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to say that for me there are two interlocking parts to this. There's the consideration today, which I think is a good compromise. Like most compromises, we can always see areas that we could have gone further, stretched further, or we didn't stretch far enough. But we have to be respectful of the personalities and the volunteer contribution, particularly involved here. I think those considerations in the review, and I'm pleased to hear that. In my absence last week, there was that conversation, so no doubt I'll catch up with on that shortly, because this and that subject's probably for another day. But there is huge operational risk. The nature and activity in the airfield is changing, and probably will change more, and quite rapidly. And whether that's a core function of council and a risk that we can afford to bear, I'll be very keenly listening for views of my colleagues on that one. But I think this is a good first step, one of two for me. So on that basis, I'm happy to support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Right of reply, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, I too would like to acknowledge the current members of the group and those who will be leaving under the new structure, and also those continuing, especially like to acknowledge the current chair, Steve Node, who I never knew until I joined the group, and I find their meetings quite pleasant and constructive. I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Ward, who I replaced at the airfield, for the work that she did in the past. I've enjoyed the members of the group. We have quite robust discussions, but all in good humour. I wasn't quite sure what to expect when I was given the role, but I have found it very cordial, respectful, and we have discussions. We don't always agree, but they've been held in good humour. There is a divergence of opinion over whether the airfield should become a qualifying one under the Civil Aviation New Zealand framework, and that is something that will need to be addressed by the new group. Over the last few years, with the appointment of an airfield manager, Owen, it's become, I suspect, I wasn't there previously, but a much improved operation, and I think we're running it in a safe and better way than perhaps had been the case a number of years ago. Yes, there is a ratepayer subsidy to operating the airfield, so maybe that is something to be reconsidered in future years. What we're passing today, however, is not that. We're just altering the governance structure and the operations with these various committees. So I'd ask for your support, and thank you if you do support the recommendation.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I should have observed myself the contribution of Councillor Ward to just to say thank you, Joan, for all that you've done. You've been an extremely passionate advocate there. I know it's more than just on your team of council, but both you and David have given a lot to the airfield over very many years, so just to acknowledge that as well. With that, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Declare that carried. Thank you, everyone. Well, it's pleasing to get that one complete. Sigh of relief. All right, we come to reports now, and the first is the Rangiora Eastern Link Procurement Strategy and Targeted Early Contractor Involvement. Both Don and Rob, thank you.
Noting that there's a little bit of complexity in the papers that were presented to you, we do have a couple of slides, if it would be easier, in terms of little diagrams that explain what the proposal is.
What a great idea.
In that case, I might ask for the plug into the...
Notice we've got a couple of, well, a resident in particular. Hello, James. Good to see you. Here, James Franklin. So, nice to see you, James.
Hoping this works, but in the meantime, this item is to invite you to consider the procurement strategy for the Rangiora Eastern Link. Of course, I think you're aware that NZTA board confirmed their co-funding of the pre-implementation and property acquisition phase of the project, which is a great milestone to get to. That's basically the design and consenting phase. And the acquisition of the land that's required to build the road. The process in terms of approvals for the construction phase is the submission of a cost plan or a cost estimate. And so this procurement strategy is designed to get us to the point where we are confident that the costs are robust, and we're in a good position to be able to submit that to NZTA with some confidence. I'm not sure what's coming up here. We'll try that again while I take it out and put it back in. So we've been through a couple of processes to work through what the procurement strategy looks like. One of those processes is we went out to the market to invite their views on how we should consider delivering the project. There was not really coming up, unfortunately. The view of the market was interesting, particularly around the role of contractors through the design process. The consultants all felt that wasn't strongly required, all the contractors did. And our view is that there is a value in having the contracting input into the design process, but also acknowledging that it's a road. We build a lot of roads over the generations, and it's not the most technically complex project. So the proposal was to have early contractor involvement during the design process, but targeted only for a certain scope of services. And so, we'll see if this is on. So we're looking to procure two basic groups or organisations. One is the professional services provider, the designers, and the other is the contractors. The process that we're proposing is similar in both for both companies. A two-stage process where we go to the open market and we shortlist down to a smaller number, around 3, might be 4, might be 5, might be 2, unlikely, and then we invite them to do a more detailed proposal, including their price, and select them on that basis. For the contractor, the gap between the two steps is a little bit longer, that when we shortlist the contractor to, say, three contractors, maybe 4, they provide that input during the design process, and then at the end of detailed design, we invite them to submit first a non-binding cost estimate that helps us have confidence that the cost estimate for the project is about right, and that would help us in terms of our submission to NZTA, and then subject to NZTA co-funding and your own decisions, then we'd invite them to tender for the construction phase of the project. The second small part to that is that we're proposing to let the construction phase in one package for the whole of the Rangiora Eastern Link, except potentially for one section, which is through the Rossburn development between Boys Road up to North Rock Stream, and that may be best done through the development agreement, but it's a later decision that we'll be asking you to consider. I think that summarises where we have got to, but if you answer any questions and if the picture comes up on the screen, that would be nice too.
I think Ashes has arrived to see what the slides you've got, how many slides are there?
There's only 2 slides, which so one of the slides tells the story of what I just verbalised around the different bits that we're going to purchase. The second is your approval points as council.
Thanks, Ashton. Okay.
Thanks, guys. This slide talks about the process that I've just been going through, the design, tender, and then construct process. So the blue boxes are the procurement of the design team, the professional services team. The orange is the procurement of the contractor. Again, both of them kind of parallel each other in terms of a 2-stage procurement process, which leads to the design being undertaken with the assistance of the contractors on specific and targeted items. That leads to a final design and a non-binding cost estimate, which then at that point, subject to NZTA and your own approvals, we invite them to tender for the work. We go to the next slide. The way, I think, that one. So we're proposing 4 gateway or decision points for council. The first one is at about October, which will be the completion of, the award of the professional services contract. The second decision point will be about in next year, about the middle of next year, which will be the completion of the concept design and an update to the cost estimate. The third point will be towards the latter part of 2027, which will be completion of the detailed design and the non-binding cost estimates. And effectively that is what we will go to NZTA for to seek their co-funding on construction phase. And then obviously subject to those decisions and the timeframes of it, then early 2028 we look to come back to you with the award of the construction contract. I think that's my story.
Right, Thank you. Anything you want to add there, John?
There's one element I just want to make sure the council are very clear on, that Rob did mention it, but just to be clear, in both instances we will be shortlisting from a long list, not really based on price. It'll be on non-price attributes with some elements of price to get down to our shortlist. We need to do this in order to get that smaller group of contractors into the room to assist with our early contractor involvement. But I wanted to highlight that so that when you get to that stage of approving these next stages, there's no confusion about what price have we seen, etc. So we are purposely going down this route. The other way of doing it is to go to the whole market and say, please give us a price to build this thing. We are choosing a slight variation to that, and I just wanted to make sure you're well aware of that as you consider today's resolutions.
Thanks, Don, and just remind the rationale for doing that.
The rationale is that we believe there's 2 or 3 rationales. The first rationale is that if we went to the whole market, we're then generally excluding early contractor involvement because we can't have those detailed conversations at that point. And the second is, it is well founded in the industry that if you have a smaller group, you'll get a sharper pen. So if you have the main 8 contractors who could do this, 6 or 8 contractors who could do this in the country, all tendering, it's unlikely they'll put the same effort in as if they'd gone through a rigorous process to get them down, and you know there is 3 in the room. You will find that they will be very, very keen to win it from that point on. So industry does show that while it might seem counterintuitive, it will lead to a better ratepayer outcome.
The reality is there's only a small handful that are capable of doing it. Is that correct?
There is only a small handful, and we would go through a lot of process on numbers 6, 7 and 8 to prove they can't do it, whereas effectively we know that already.
The Spark family will be undertaking some works of their own. Is that all connected in with this and their preferred contract, assuming they've got one? I think I know that there is one, from what I've heard on the grapevine. We're
yet to finalise the PDA with them, but certainly the intention is, as part of that finalisation, we would be reaching an agreement where they could, if they wish to, and we understand they do, build that section that will allow them to be separate from our time frame. We obviously have some processes to ensure that their procurement processes are as robust as ours.
Okay, thank you. Questions? I've got Councillor Mealings and Goldsworthy and Ward.
Thank you. Don, just further to what you just said, so the early contractor engagement is basically, let me just tease this out a little bit. So in your report here, you talk about the various risks. And of course, we know these are the kind of risks that pop up afterwards if a tender was awarded, if they didn't know about it, which then escalate the costs. So things like ground conditions, shallow groundwater, stormwater, waterway crossings, interface with Kiwi Rail, lineside road, utility management coordination, traffic management, aggregate, all of those things. So the early engagement is to get a firm handle on those things before the actual works are contracted for. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's fundamentally correct. So there's 2 parts to the early contract involvement. One is exactly what you're saying about risk reduction. It's about trying to reduce or eliminate as many risks as possible, or uncertainties as possible. And 2 is construction efficiency. So sometimes the detailing, how the culvert details are done, how the pavement thickness is actually very critical here, where 20 mils of pavement thickness can save a significant sum of money. So there's that design efficiency as well.
Things like CBR, does that come into it?
Sorry?
California bearing ratio.
It does come into it very much so.
The detail of the early contractor involvement, Rob will still be giving quite a bit of thought to that. There's clearly a balance between getting 3 companies good ideas and taking their IP taking their intellectual property. So there is a conversation yet to be had about how we structure those conversations with our appointed consultant and the 3 contractors to pick the best brains in the contracting industry to assist us with our finalised design, because we won't have got into that final design at that stage, but do it in a fair and reasonable way, which is not taking away from an individual's contractor's own intellectual property. So there is, this is not just an easy, tick the box as we go through. There is still some careful consideration that Rob will need to do about how we engage with that industry and get the best out of it in a fair and reasonable way that everybody is treated well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Goldsworthy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can see that this is trying to find a nice happy medium in a fairly complex environment. Do you have any kind of recent case studies from this council or neighbouring councils as to the effectiveness of this process?
Yes, so in terms of early contractor involvement, a number of the projects that I ran in the central city, we brought in the contractors early. A major one of that was the earthquake memorial, where we brought in the contractor very early into the process and they became, in fact, a managing contractor. So we paid them a fee, and then they tendered all the works. Now, we're not proposing exactly this model here, but the value of the contractor in terms of the detailing of that memorial was really important in terms of both construction efficiency, but also safety as well. I think I was going to say the Ashley Bridge, but that was a design and construct contract. So I'm not 100% sure there are any others in this district.
We've talked the talk with early contractor involvement quite a bit, but we've never really invested this type of process that Rob is doing. I think something that may give you a lot of confidence with what we're doing here is this has the big tick from NZTA, who are very rigorous in ensuring best value for money, and they are very comfortable that this process that we propose to them, they've come back and endorsed us going forward. So I think that in itself, if we don't get NZTA take on board, we wouldn't have even been coming to you. But what Rob went through and discussed that with them, and they were very happy that it will give best value for money for them as well.
Thank you. Councillor Ward?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Is it fair to say that the local knowledge has been of help already in helping with the geotechnical complexities of the waterways and things, already has helped you with get to a reasonable price as opposed to a blowout prices? Is that fair to say that the local contractors have been of help with their local knowledge?
Yes, you may recall during the business case and concept design phase, we brought in BG Contracting as well as our own team to assist in development and giving some testing of the original cost estimates to ensure they were robust and appropriate.
Okay, just so that I understand the process, what involvement does the developer have in deciding on the contractor? And it will be one contractor right through the whole process, through the whole.
So I think in terms of outside the section between Boys Road and North Rock Stream, the developer will have no involvement in selection of the contractor. For the section that goes through Rossburn, the terms of how the contractor is engaged, competitively tendered and engaged, would be part of that agreement. We haven't worked the detail of that out yet, but we'd expect it to be similar to other PDAs, which has required, say, some different contractors invited to tender for the work.
So, and what is the likelihood of the Rossburn development starting in advance? I noticed activity on the fields, and Main Power have already taken down all of the redundant power poles, for instance. There seems to be activity on the fields there, and are they able to to start in their development before we get underway with the main road, main streets?
So I met with them just before this meeting and sitting in a coffee shop waiting to meet with me after this meeting. So they are able to, and they are doing the pre-enabling works at the moment, so stockpiling effectively and erosion and sediment control, and they're waiting for the consent to be granted for the earthworks to start work. Now, we don't have, council does not have the construction phase funding, so it cannot fund the construction of the REL through Rossburn. And also council holds a designation over the land, therefore, on the basis that you would want to assert that the rights under that designation, they cannot do anything else except build the REL along that alignment. So there is a discussion around staging that we're having with Rossburn about where they start and where the REL fits with that, noting that council can't commit to anything until that construction phase co-funding is in place.
But having said that, they could start on the perimeter, their own development, start.
There's actually plenty of room.
Yeah, thank you, that helps me.
Just adding one point to that, and it's slightly approached, but it's another point that Rob mentioned, but I just wanted to highlight. There is a decision that, again, Rob is putting, or a recommendation that Rob is putting in front of you here that just wanted to be clear. By going to the single contract of our works, all wrapped up, the alternative was we could have cut that up into smaller packages. So we could have put out a bridge contract, we could have put out a roundabout contract, we could have put out a ceiling contract. And there are arguments for that in terms of local providers being more engaged and in the room and having more direct engagement with us. We have chosen for the purposes of providing best value for the ratepayer, to recommend to you that it is all one package, and that we are fully expecting that main contractor, whoever wins it, would have engaged a number of subcontractors to carry out works. But it is a legitimate choice which you have and could ask for. And I just wanted to make sure that when we got through to the later stages, if you ask this question, well, where's the contracts for our little local guys? This recommendation, if you pass it today, would be saying their involvement would be as subcontractors to the main contractor.
But there are local contractors that are capable of undertaking this work if they are part of, as the main contractor. I assume that they will be given an opportunity through this exercise, those that are capable of undertaking such work.
They will certainly be given an opportunity to be on the long list, and then we will be shortlisting down to a short list. If they stack up better than some of the three national contractors, or partner up, or join up with those national contractors to be part of their team, then they would be. Whether any of those smaller ones are big enough to carry out a $40 million main contract would be a big decision for us to make at time of tendering.
We've seen that happen before with likes of Dormers and BG who joined up to do Belgrove down here. Did they do all they did the civil works through there, is that correct? We were happy with the level of work that was undertaken there?
Yes, that's
so
correct.
There are firms locally that could do it if they got themselves together if needed.
Correct. That's what would need to happen.
I was just checking. Deputy Mayor Redmond.
Thank you. Just a question about NZTA funding. NZTA came to the party with the business case and feasibility study. It's recently approved the land acquisition process with co-funding. Am I correct in thinking the next and final touch point with NZTA for funding is in Q3 under Gate 3, and that is the last time we will be seeking funding? That will be the end of the process.
That's correct, yeah. So at the end of detailed design, we'll have a updated cost estimate and all the paraphernalia that goes around that, and we're providing that to NZTA for their consideration. They've endorsed the business case, so it is only the test that's still in line with the affordability on below the background.
Right, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Fulton?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also had a question just about gate 3, as you put it. In practical terms, you're examining a detailed cost estimate. Is that sort of like the point of no return? Because the only option, if you were uncomfortable with the cost, is to go back to design. And can you even do that? I mean, how far in real terms is it along that point?
So we'll have an updated cost estimate at Gate 2, which is the more developed concept design, and then a further and more detailed cost estimate at the end of detailed design. That is pre-tender, so we haven't gone to the market formally. So that is the last. It's not the last point. It's the point where you would want to make some significant decisions about whether you're wanting to go to tender or not, if you're comfortable with where the price is sitting. However, obviously prior to award, at the time that you consider awarding the construction contract, you have the right to not award the construction contract.
Okay. So just for my own information and perhaps the benefit of colleagues, what is a risk and contingency analysis? What happens there? Yeah. Is it, because we're always considering risk, but what is that specifically?
Yeah, so there is always stuff that is uncertain. It doesn't matter whether you're doing your bathroom or you're doing a major road project or anything else. There are parts of a project which is not 100% certain, and it may be that you haven't dug up every bit of ground yet, and you may come across things that you don't expect. So they are the risks or the uncertainties. So for a major project like this, we go through a statistical process around what is the likely range against cost range against each of those risks, what's the likelihood of them happening, and then we can develop a probability analysis to understand what is the most likely cost of those things that we don't know about, and what's the worst case. That's what we call a P95 percentile. And so there's a bit of a methodology there that provides you with some understanding about the potential range that the final outturn cost will actually be.
The analysis of risk and contingency is probably the most thorough on this job than it has been on any other job we've done. Rob has brought an awful lot of tools to that statistical analysis of risk, so we're very comfortable with the range.
So you would bring us, as you tend to do, traffic lights or coded flags or whatever you do. I just find it very useful. If it was something that was a burning red light, we would hear.
Yeah, and bring you as many traffic lights as you want. Hopefully, most of them will be green, but also bring you a nice little cost distribution, which will give you an idea of that level of uncertainty, which we hope will be a limited range, and that's the intent of this process to get us so that the level of uncertainty is reduced to the minimum that is reasonable.
Councillor Meadows, your question?
Thank you. Just one small additional question. So in the design phase, will that go so far as to do potholing and that sort of thing to check? Oh, thank you. that makes me very nervous if the design doesn't include that, because, and that's why I mentioned CBR before, because if you find out that the ground can't hold the concrete, we have a problem. So, yes.
So we've done a first and reasonably material round of geotechnical investigations. There are more to do to kind of fill in the gaps, and then a lot of potholing to where the existing services are, or where we fear there might be unknown services to test that and then design the changes that are required.
And we would expect anyone in the design phase to be in constant communication about what they're finding and what the implications are.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's part of a key deliverable as part of the concept design phase.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Someone prepared to move? I thought you might, Councillor Ward. But actually, to be honest, I think, in fairness, you've moved quite a bit lately. Councillor McLaren, you're going to move?
Well, I was going to see.
No, I'm happy for you to move, and Councillor Ward can speak during it. and you can second Councillor Ward. I think it just shares it around. Did you have a question, Councillor Doody? Yes, just I'll come back to you in a minute, Councillor.
Very quiet and just listening carefully, but my one question that I've been banging the drum with all the time is communication with the community surrounding that area, not just McPhail Avenue, but also along the other areas as well, because it's really important that we do keep them well informed. That's my question to you.
I think there is some, obviously there is news articles at the moment going out. I think the key message that we would look to ensuring was one around timing. We're not expecting any major changes as we work our way through this from what has already been informed to people, but keeping them well informed of when they can expect these changes to come about is a really good challenge to put back to us to say, just please keep people informed. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor McLaren, you're going to move, and seconded by Councillor Ward. Councillor McLaren. Yeah, I assume you're moving as per the order vote.
Yes, yes, and FTR, I was expecting to no more than second this, acknowledging Councillor Ward's significant contribution on this space for many years. And look, the significance of this project can't be understated, and I really want to commend you, Rob and Don, for your expertise and advice throughout this process, the many complexities you've been juggling and the task you're managing admirably, in particular at this point in time, the REL, ECI and PDA. And thank you for waiting until I was on the council before progressing this, so that I can be directly involved in the decision making. Regarding the public expectations and communications, I'm also pleased to see that the messages have been changing from more or less exclusively focused on easing congestion through South Brook to the much wider benefits to the district and the southeast of Rangiora in particular, with the opportunities for residential and commercial development, environmental enhancements, cycling pathways and other amenity value improvements. Also note the comms messages have been explaining that the REL is a local road, especially as it connects through to McPhail Ave and Belgrove Boulevard, and not the Rangiora bypass that was proposed some years ago. And I think that distinction is important. And I also understand as a question that the latest estimates are a 7-to-1 return on investment. Is that correct? Just so I can get my messages right.
Yeah, on the ratepayers investment.
On the ratepayers investment, thank you. And look, so I think that's another important message to socialise to the ratepayers. So I want to thank you. So I hope everyone will support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor McLaren. Councillor Ward.
Thank you. I'm really delighted to see this progress, and I really want to thank the staff, Rob and Dawn and your team, for the very good work that you've been doing. It has, it's been very complex and a lot to look into, and this is going to benefit the whole town. It's not going to be a bypass. It's just a link roadway, and I think people have to remember it's not a bypass. It's just a link roadway that will assist with the development of Belgrove and east of Rangiora for getting people through to Lanside Road. Also, this is just the start of a network that we have to do as a council with that growing district and around Rangiora for people's safety. And I'm hoping that this is just a start. Once we get confirmation, or maybe we can move on Screw Bridge now as well. So Rob, we just want to keep you engaged and very busy and with us. So don't think you're going away or anything like that. So I just want to say that this is just part of a whole network that we have to do to the first stage. So go well.
Thank you. Councillor Mealings, do you need to depart?
Was that a mic drop?
Do you need to go, Councillor Goldsworthy? Councillor Mealings.
I understand your attention.
Almost.
Exactly. I just thought that was an exclamation point to Joan's impassioned
speech there. But we're really lucky to have two experienced engineers have their head wrapped around this project, because it is complex and it's a big thing for our district. I think that the early contractor involvement in this two-stage process appears to be a prudent approach that balances the risks and gives us a firmer notion of the costs arising from the ground conditions, while also preserving competition and encouraging innovation, including the consideration of non-price attributes like sustainability impacts, which I endorse and appreciate. So I am happy to support this approach, and Godspeed. No speed.
Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. What amazed me was NZTA's endorsement of the business case, and it clearly gave to me a huge amount of confidence in terms of the work that the team, that Rob and the team that have done, and presenting this case so wonderfully, that NZTA produced their endorsement so quickly. I just was overwhelmed. In terms of involving the contractor so early, it just seems to be so sensible. It reduces the risk of pricing, test construction methodology, and all sorts of things, which is mentioned in the summary. So it's an excellent recommendation, and I see it as abundantly sensible that we should all vote in favour of this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Redmond.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be supporting this recommendation. And I was sort of reminded by the author that in 2011, I think you almost achieved the impossible in Kaiapoi. And prior to the red zone being created in, I think, June 2011, Rob managed to get various insurance companies to agree on clusters of housing for rebuilds. And I thought at the time that was a very ambitious task you'd taken on, but you actually pulled it off, only to be undermined by, I think it was Jerry Brownlee or whoever, in June, just when it was all set to go, zoned those parts of Kaiapoi red. And I always felt sorry that that project never actually happened. But this is also a very complex project, and given your track record, I'm sure it's a task that you're enjoying and achieving a good outcome. You list the benefits, I think, on page 6 of your report. Retains council control over design standards, scope, retains the most important thing, I think, also is the competitive tension with the various contractors who may be involved with the project. And it reduces the likelihood of a conservative risk pricing at tender. So there are very good reasons for supporting these recommendations. It is a complex project, and I note there is one more touch point with NZTA and co-funding before the green light will be given. So I'm hoping that in this case we won't be thwarted at the last minute as you were in June 2011. So good luck, and it's a very comprehensive report.
Thank you. I'm going to support this as well. I agree. And thank you, Don, for spelling out what that actually meant, because there is, I understood that that was what we would be doing, but I think it's really important that colleagues are all clear on the methodology that's being followed. So thank you for that. And I do think there's a great opportunity here to get a really good outcome. A close relative of mine recently undertook a major project in the city, and his advice was not dissimilar to what we're following here. And his 40-odd years of managing council projects said that the way in which they did one of their major ones was actually, he wished he'd thought about that sooner and how that had come about, because it delivered real benefits. It's comforting to know that NZTA are comfortable with that direction, but also that there's the ability for major contractors here at the local level with suitable experience and good track record to either lead the contract or be a significant subcontractor in that process. Ultimately, we do want to make sure we've got a good methodology, but also want to make sure that the price stays as close as it can to where, or cheaper than what has been presently indicated, and we won't know until that's priced. So Rob, your experience as a specialist in the area is certainly very valued, and you've mentioned other projects you've been involved with, but also Don, with your many years of experience as well, it is appreciated. I think it's one of the, Jared and Jeff, it's one of your greatest things, bringing these two skills back to and encouraging them back here, especially at a time when we need you both. So thank you, because you bring specialist skills and knowledge that I think is making a real difference in all the projects that you're involved with. So thank you for that. And I wouldn't disagree with your process that you've outlined, because I think it's robust in how it's been put together. So thank you for that, and carries my full support. I just want to get the project done and delivered. As for the Skew Bridge, I do share Councillor Ward's passion and enthusiasm for that, but one at a time, and we'll just see how we get on with funding. We've got to get this one over the line yet, but while we've got the next stage complete, we've got to get the main part funded and ticked off through that gate. But encouraging, as Councillor Keane said, was the endorsement through their statement to say that it's a priority project, or whatever words they used in there. So that's again an indication that it's in all likelihood going to get that final tick, which is fantastic from our side, and what our community expect us to see to address congestion and other matters in our district, which it will significantly help with. Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I feel a little bit tainted in my view this morning after being on Lineside Road but for so long, but that was for different reasons. I think you can't help with the barrier arms down. Well, perhaps we can't anyway. Look, more seriously, I think that's the recommendation to go ahead with the pre-contractor engagement as we're proposing it is really sensible. And I imagine it's a fine art bringing a whole lot of parties together to discuss in confidence the ideas and innovations that they might be able to bring to the party without, as it was touched on, without them losing control of their IP. But if any two people were able to do it and build that trust, I think it's the two gentlemen here. And we're very lucky to have you both sort of in the fold, and basically taking us through those steps and taking us through those gates. They feel a little bit like sort of drafting gates to me, but that's more of a livestock metaphor. I think we've got this project in the drafting gates, and they're hopefully only heading in one direction, and that's a completed REL. So I'm happy to support this stage and this recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fulton. Would you like to speak, Councillor Petty?
Thank you very much. Appreciate what you've done and what you're planning ahead, but I'm just hoping that NZTA will look at the drafting gates when the traffic merges from there onto the state highway, because that is a real concern, and it's an accident waiting to happen in many cases. So I just hope that they will come forth and with a bit better on and off ramp. Thank you.
Councillor Doody, any further speakers? Rather reply, Councillor Curran.
Thank you. I just want to note for the record the recommendation H with the subsections 1, 2, 3, 4, that there's a typo there in the recommendation. It goes 1, 2, 2, 3. So if they could just be amended to ensure that motion is correct. Thank you.
Okay, that will be noted. With that, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? I declare that carried. Thanks. Thanks both. Right. 7.2 now, which is the management of whitebait activity. It's a pretty straightforward situation, I hope. G'day, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah, Gordon, councillors, good morning. A bit of a change of subject. I was trying to find a pun or a segue, but I couldn't find any. It's a complete change of subject, basically. But it is my pleasure to present to you this report regarding the whitebait season, and it's jointly written by myself and Dr. Beck Stollery. Thanks, Bex, for your hard work into this. So yeah, whitebait. So we've been dealing with this. Well, I've been here for about 8 years, and the season always comes up with a few issues to manage. And so there's nothing new. It's just things that things have probably escalated, if anything, over the years, as far as the issues that we need to manage. I'll put my glasses on. There we go. And as per any recreational activity that happens on our coastal areas, it is governed by the Northern Pegasus Bay bylaw. But the key to remember is that the whitebaiting activity specifically is managed by the Department of Conservation under their whitebait regulations. So really our involvement is about the enforcement of the rules of the Northern Pegasus Bay bylaw, where we are supported by ECAN, who provide our patrol services. The key area of course, there's numerous places that people whitebait within the district, but a key area which is the subject today is Kairaki Beach. And incidents and complaints have been escalating, as I've said, to the point last year we felt that an exemption to the camping rule of the bylaw would, an exemption to that rule would probably help to manage the issues down there if campers were given that opportunity, but within certain constraints around rubbish, dogs, all those sorts of negative aspects of the activity. However, the incidents escalated last year to the point where police were asking us to actually do something there in a joint approach with them. There were police-managed incidents down there. Of course, that's beyond our brief as well, isn't it? Where it's laws being broken as well. So it's very much a joint approach down there with the different issues that arise. So this year we're looking at business as usual, but we just want to give you that context in terms of where we've come from and where we are this year and maybe where we're going into the future. So we're looking at full enforcement of that no camping rule of the bylaw this year. And we recognise that for that to go successfully, it does require a good build-up of good comms plan, signage, and just discussions, communications with the whitebaiters. And over the years, we've got to know a few of those whitebaiters quite well, so we do have those contacts, and we can make those connections prior to the season commencing. And obviously, into the future beyond here, we'll be looking at what other ways or means have we got of managing the issues. And that is, I mean, every year we have a joint hui with all those members, police, ECAN and DOC, and Ngāi Tuariri as well. So before, pre and after season we have those get-togethers, we discuss all those issues. And we all recognise that the tricky issues, and part of the issue there is the sale of whitebait and the ability for people to make a lot of money. So people get a bit greedy and they get a bit grumpy. And they don't all get on very well down there, so hence the police involvement as well. So yes, so we're here to seek your approval of the option to enforce the no camping rule in the Kairaki Beach area as stipulated in the Northern Pegasus Bay bylaw. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Just firstly, I'll come to you about the enforcement. I assume that this is fully supported by the police. And if it came to that, would they back the enforcement?
Just based on experience from last year, they definitely do support that, and they did encourage us to look at managing it in that way last year. And their support was forthcoming on the day, and having people wearing blue helps you get your message across the line somewhat. So definitely having their presence seemed to make it go quite smoothly.
Yeah, it's more a safety of our staff that I'm worried about, so that's the piece.
Thank you.
In the back, 100%, make sure that you're not put at risk at all, which I know that that's certainly the view of our management in that regard, but I just wanted to just be clear that they will back it if we go full and go hard by the way, which I support fully.
I mean, yeah, the backing comes to a point, and they were there supportive on that day that we asked the whitebaiters to leave last year. The follow-up to that, because we gave them a week to remove themselves, and following up on that, the week that followed, they weren't available to support us. But that went very smoothly because we had the compliance through the week prior. So I can't guarantee it, but we won't put ourselves into an unsafe situation. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Kearns?
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Bex. You mentioned in your verbal submission, you talked about comms and that sort of thing, but you don't actually have it in your recommendation. Are you proposing that you actually do a lot of front footing in terms of communications to the public with regard to no camping at Karaki Beach? And how strong will that be as opposed to dealing with it on the day, that you'll be dealing with comms straight away or leading up to the whitebait season?
Yes, definitely we have a comms plan in place, and we're dealing with Alice's team on that, as we did last year as well. This year, obviously, it will take probably a more concerted effort because we all need to have them, have that knowledge up ahead of the season to not camp on site.
So you said that Alistair and the team, or you actually put out comms last time that they weren't allowed to camp on the beach. But
no, they were. Sorry.
They weren't allowed to. Okay. So you put out comms last year, it didn't work?
No, sorry. So last year we had the exemption where they could camp on the beach.
Right.
So that was the message that was given last year.
So you're going to be making it clear this time in comms that no camping on the beach?
Absolutely,
okay.
Yes.
And should that be part of the recommendation, that there is a comms plan put together?
It sort of goes it's really par for course, but yes, it could do. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Ward.
I've been down there last year and it was horrific. The people that set up camp, but how do you get around people who want to park their cars down there with their whitebait nets and, in the middle of the night because they want an early tide or something like that, and then stay in their cars all night? How do you get around that?
Yeah, it's a good question, Councillor Ward. So the camping is defined as basically that you're there from the night before through to the morning following. So you try and work out, does that mean someone turns up there at 3 a.m. ahead of the sun coming up? Is that camping? It's a bit of a grey one, isn't it? And it's a difficult one to manage. So when is someone camping, when aren't they? No, we're just down here, we're just down a wee bit earlier. They're not camping. I guess camping, you'd expect them to have everything they need, cooking facilities, their sleeping bag, all that sort of thing. It starts to look like, I think you're camping. Some of that can be a bit of a discussion on a day. But yes, the bylaw allows them to be down there in their cars to support their fishing activity. So, not easy.
I know even on the Ashley that I know of people who sleep in their cars at night just to maintain their spot for the next day. So how do we get around that?
Yes, we're limited to how the bylaw is written and just enforcing those rules as they're written, but also part of it's a discussion with people to get some agreement in terms of, come on mate, I can see what you're up to, and just try and get that relationship with them on site as well.
Thank you. Councillor Mealings.
Thank you. Just with regard to customary fishing, are there issues with the settlement of the Ngaitahu claim with regard to Nohoanga if we don't have any arrangements to deal with that?
It's a really good question.
Or does Nohoanga mean overnight camping for customary fishers?
Nohoanga we stated in the report the legislation that sets out that, and there are a number of sites across the country where Nohoanga sites are located for use by iwi members. We don't have any of the sites in our district which are listed in the legislation, and there's been an ongoing discussion with the Runanga around whether they could be provided in our district. We are aware that ECAN provide at least one site along the Waimakariri River. With regards to the ongoing discussions with the Runanga, we've got about 3 years to have a chat with them to see if we can find another site for them. And that's going to be an ongoing discussion with us, the Runanga, with the ECAN, and potentially with DOC, around where these sites could be located. They could be at Kairaki or they could be elsewhere. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so they don't have to be in any specific place as long as there are some somewhere named. Right, thank you, because on the face of it, it makes sense that, you know, but my next question, my last question is, on that scenario too that you talked about with an area of reserve used for fishers, if you did that, which isn't what you're recommending, but it says that in here that it would require a resource consent at cost to council and consideration of time required. So, sorry. A resource consent at cost or at cost to council? And would that be people needing a resource consent as individuals, so everybody that wanted to do this would need one, or would it be like a global consent that, you know, for the activity as a whole, if we went down that road?
Yeah, so it would be a consent for that activity, so it wouldn't be the individuals coming along, and it's to do with the zoning of that area. But that particularly, it needs a little bit more exploration with the planning team, but it is highly likely that a consent would be required to offer that area of the reserve for freedom camping.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Redmond, and then I think we'll move to debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mike, I wondered how many people were actually camping on the beach in 2025?
I'd say it's less than a dozen, maybe closer to 10. The customary guys, is probably half a dozen Ngāi permittees that were camping. There was a group, these are retired guys from Christchurch, very responsible. I mean, most of the people down there are quite reasonable people when you get to talk to them. They probably had a group of about 5 of them, and then there was probably several others who probably weren't quite so easy to get on with and were at each other's throats. So what did that add up to? About a dozen, probably. So it's not big numbers, probably, but I think the issue is that those things grow, you know, and if they get the message, you know, you can come down here, no one's going to bother you, set up camp, go for gold, they'll turn up. I think that is always, you know, thin edge of the wedge, potentially.
Thank you for that. My second and last question. Does the Northern Pegasus Bay bylaw provide for an exemption for camping on the beach?
There's an ability to provide an exemption for probably any rule within the bylaw, and that was approved through MTO. Have discretion to give those exemptions. So it could apply to, you know, other activities, horses in certain places. We can give fire permits for fires. Those sorts of things can go through an exemption process.
Right. Thank you for that.
Got a recommendation. Councillor Powell, you're indicating you wish to move. Is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Mealings. Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Bex. Thank you, Mike. I'm very much in favour of enforcing the option, taking the option to approve the enforce the no camping rule at Kairaki Beach. I think last year did show confused, you know, with we've tried this, it didn't
work as well. So as Councillor Ken's stated, having clear comms from the beginning I think will be very important. It's good to note that the Northern Pegasus Bay Advisory Group strongly recommended this option of the no camping. So that's good. I do thank the Mayor for raising around the safety of staff, because that is a concern. And certainly that is uppermost in my mind, that we don't want to put you in harm's way. So that's good. But I think the comms will be important to get that message out there clearly from the beginning. The no camping, it just sets it up, the stage, right from the beginning. So I'm very happy to support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Meadows.
Thank you. Look, this is a really hotly contested space. I myself have encountered that many years ago. My husband and I went down to the mouth of the river, and we weren't even trying to camp, just really wanted to put some nets in there. And boy, you try that. I don't know if anybody's ever tried to actually get a spot to whitebait. I mean, these guys were like 30 paces between nets. Well, sorry, 40 it was. And so we put some in between that, and really, did we ever get told, because there weren't the exact 30 in between, because they had stretched theirs out just a little bit further. Anyway, that was, dare I say it, a couple decades ago. And the harder times get, the more contested things like this become. There is a dollar value attached with whitebait, and a lot of people, make a living out of this, and I understand that. I think the fairest and safest way for us to deal with this is to simply ban camping. And we are already dealing with Ngāi Tohuriri in discussing where nohoanga can be provided, and if it doesn't need to be provided in every single whitebaiting spot, I'm sure that you'll come to a good arrangement there, and I have no doubt that you will have worked through the details with all the parties, and we'll come out with a result that everybody can live with. But this is not an ideal situation whenever we have people camping down there, and it's really in the interest of fairness for everyone who gets to get a slice of the pie, so to speak. If you've got people who are camping down there, nobody gets a look in. And it's probably not the greatest thing for that resource management in that place either. So I heartily endorse this suggestion, and I hope you will support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was all about fairness and safety from my point of view with regard to this recommendation. I was brought into meetings last year with regard to the concern about the staff being put at risk in dealing with these issues. And if at the request of the mover and the seconder that a G be added in, the communication re no camping rule is widely circulated to user groups and on social media and other suitable media, whatever, yeah, something like so that. So as we then front foot the situation, because we don't want to put our staff into a safety situation or unsafe situation again.
Well, I think a G, if the mover and seconder were happy with that, would add exactly what B is all about.
I presume that's part of the...
I think it is part of it already, isn't it?
Not really. I couldn't read it in the...
No.
That's what you're intending to do, though, isn't it? Let's get ahead of it.
I'm hoping it was implied, so making
Yeah.
it more overt, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, well, we'll leave it as it is, but it makes it clear, because I thought that's what was a comms effort.
We don't mind.
You happy to put it in? Oh, just testing the meeting, so would you happily add a G in there? The G is that it's just reword that. Can you?
Communication read no camping rule is widely circulated to user groups on social media and other suitable media platforms.
Assuming we'll be putting a sign down there as well if we haven't got one already.
Absolutely, it's part of the options.
Okay, so the mover and seconder are happy with that wording? Just by general agreement of the meeting, we're happy that the G's added in? Okay. Just to say that I can support this, it makes really perfect sense. It's unfortunate we've got to this situation, really. One would have hoped that those things didn't need to be enforced and that good rules are abided by and respected. But my 20-odd years here, the Pegasus Bay bylaw has come up on a number of occasions, and there has been all manner of activities. And in fact, 40-odd years ago, Councillor Mealings, I remember having exactly the same situation occur to us. When we went down with my grandfather's white baiting net and were told in no uncertain circumstances that we weren't welcome. It is what it is. We respected that. But I think the person's right to be down there. Everyone should have their opportunity, and that's what it's all about. And I respect the Fenton Reserve and other matters which there's customary issues there, and we manage that, I think, particularly well. And I want to acknowledge the Northern Pegasus Bay bylaw and our implementation committee, or whatever we call the group, pardon the lack of knowledge of the exact name, but I think they've done a superb job over many years helping us navigate this here. I would just observe for those that do want to camp, there's a campground right next door. So if you want to do it and you want to be down there, pay your fee and stay in the campground. Much more comfortable with ablutions and everything else. Personally, that's what I would do, rather than parking up and you could go down there really if you really wish to. That's entirely there and without causing all manner of issues. I had a lot of people last year reach out to me really frustrated with what was going on down there. So I think they would expect us to enforce that. But the critical aspect is that our staff are safe in that exercise, and that whatever eventuates, and let's hope it doesn't, let's hope good education, comms, all those other things are followed, that it is backed with the support of our police. I don't want to see any of our staff put in harm's way. It's not worth it. Really isn't worth it. Anyone put in harm's way, but it's the job of the police to help us enforce these things, or potentially professional security, all those things, which I suspect Jeff and Chris with the team will look into if required, but let's hope we don't.
Can I just add, there are good spots where you can go whitebaiting without those issues. Actually, Rakahuri River mouth, we have a great relationship with fishers down there. So there's a lot of people going out and enjoying themselves and having good legitimate activity. And also ESU department is a great support, and they're well trained in these sorts of issues, so thank you to them too.
Thank you. Right. Any further speakers? Right of reply.
Just quickly, I'm just wondering whether it would be worthwhile to actually alert the police just that we will be enforcing the bylaw this year, just to give them a heads up. And it is a Northern Pegasus Bay Advisory Group.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you.
We actually have a member sitting in the public gallery,
yes.
so
yeah.
Good that the thanks were passed on for the work that they do. But yes, I hope you will support it.
Thank you. With that, I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. And I'd especially like to acknowledge Doug's presence there. Thank you, Doug, for being along and your many, many years of interest and passion in this space and helping us get the rules right. We appreciate that very much. All right. I think we can move to the next one because it is simply just 7.3. It shouldn't be difficult because it's just approving an assessment and a draft will come back. So let's keep it simple. Did you have anything you wish to add to that there, Gina?
No, I'm 100% on Dan's team today. We are, I'm here on behalf of the Public Spaces Project Advisory Group. I'll take the report as read and just run through some highlights for you. So the outcome of the Section 155 assessment, which is required under the Local Government Act, is to determine whether a bylaw is the most appropriate way to address the identified issues. Through this work, we found clear reoccurring pressures on our public spaces, including increasing use, more diverse activities, and emerging issues such as micro-mobility and growing town centre intensity. More importantly, the data shows that these are not isolated, so they're district-wide, increasing and impacting safety, accessibility, amenity, and public assets. So our current tools are fragmented, not always enforceable, and they apply inconsistently throughout the district. So based on the evidence, education, non-regulatory approaches are really important. They're just not sufficient. What we'd like to do is consider a bylaw to provide clear, consistent framework while still supporting the education and flexible approach first. And as we move into drafting, we also want to learn from the public spaces that are already working really well and use those to inform the bylaw. So the project advisory group, representing the key operational and strategic functions across the council, have reviewed and endorsed the findings and supports us progressing to the next stage. So today we're just seeking agreement that the bylaw is an appropriate next step, and to proceed with drafting a bylaw and statement of proposal. So again, I'd emphasise that this does not adopt a bylaw, it just enables the next phase of development and engagement, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And with that, it's quite clear that there'll be plenty of opportunities. So we've still got a bit of business to get through. So unless there's any burning questions, there's a recommendation. Councillor Ken, seconded Councillor Redmond. Do you wish to speak?
Albeit briefly, during the summer I was receiving multiple calls and texts with regard to issues with regard to public spaces, and I think that whilst we wait for the government to put together a move-on law, this is a sensible situation in terms of dealing with this endorsing or staff proceeding to develop a bylaw with regard to the public spaces bylaw, and I encourage the colleagues to actually support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Thank you. You'll be pleased to hear I'm only going to say three things. Firstly, I think it's important that we provide equitable access to public spaces. So equitable is the key word. Secondly, a focus on minimising restrictions whilst managing risk, and that's where the tricky part will occur. And thirdly, I note that formal public consultation is going to follow, so we're really just embarking upon this process. So I'd encourage everyone to support the recommendation.
Any further speakers? Right, reply if you wish. I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Look, I'm going to try and get through all the open if we can before we break, before going into close. So, Catherine, thank you, Gina.
Thank you. I'll keep this nice and quick. I'm here to present the CCTV policy to go out for consultation. We've been through many business units. This has been a couple of years in the making and has also been presented to council. So it's been quite thoroughly debated. It's now ready to go out and spend a month in the public domain to hear what public have to say before adoption. And so I'll take this report as read and hand back to the chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Again, I think it's pretty straightforward. Is someone prepared to move? Councillor Fulton, seconded Councillor Doody. Do you wish to speak?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to leave.
No. Councillor Doody, any further speakers? Councillor Redmond, Deputy Mayor Redmond, sorry.
Thank you. I just note that I think the word waka kotahi should be replaced by New Zealand Transport Agency to give it its correct name these days.
It goes by both, I think, but yes. But
I may use both because who knows what will happen in the next few months. Thank you.
Well said, Catherine. Councillor Powell?
I just think it's important to note that this is just putting it out for public consultation, so it'll be really interesting to hear what comes back from the public.
So looking forward to that.
Okay. Rather reply if you wish, Councillor Fulton.
No, thank you, Steve.
I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So we now come to health, safety, and what? Thank you, Catherine and Simon. Health, safety, and wellbeing. Chief Executive.
Yeah, it's just for the month of April, beginning of May. Just take the report's been read, noting that there's been 2 airport instances that have gone to the CAA.
Any questions in the C, Deputy Mayor?
Just one quick question. In 1.4, it stated there were 3 reported airfield incidents, but in 4.1.6, it says there were none. I think, in fact, there probably were 3, so 4.1.6 may be incorrect.
Yeah, that's right, and I confused it by saying 2. So yeah, in the actual appendice to the report, there's 3 instances shown.
So perhaps if that could be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Chief Executive. Just in terms of page 5 of the 12 report with regard to the digger driver, I'm just wondering, is there any staff training with regard to ensuring that trucks are not hit and that sort of stuff? And in terms of lifting the trailer or the ramp, is there training done? And I didn't realise that our staff actually drove diggers. So yeah, is there training done to actually ensure that this doesn't occur again?
Yes, there's full training provided, and there was also follow-up training for that incidence as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Barton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a query the dog that entered through a broken cut padlock. There's obviously no surveillance, no. Was there any? I mean, if someone's cut the padlock, they've gone in there for a reason. Is there anything noticeable that was done or damaged? Or I know it's pretty crazy leaving a gate open where animals can get in. But is there any feedback on that at all?
There was a bit of discussion in the management team around surveillance of water stations and soil and there's limited surveillance, and so the answer to that's no, and there'll be likely to be further investigation to that and a possible report or further budget.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor McLaren. Oh, yes, Councillor McLaren, sorry.
Yep, thank you. My questions are also in relation to the power cable strike and the trailer back injury. Was the power cable live at the time? Did the back injury require immediate treatment? And if so, why do you think they were not notifiable events to WorkSafe? And interested to know if ground penetrating radar had been used before the excavation to mark out where the underground services actually were.
Yeah, in all instances, there's before you dig done, before the excavate. So I'm not sure whether it was a live cable. I assume it was, and I'll have to follow up on those questions that you've asked.
Okay, any further questions, Councillor Giddings?
Actually, just on that main power cable, there seems to be a pattern that those cables are never where they're actually meant to be or where they're recorded to be. Is there anything that we can do about that?
Generally, when they are struck, the database is updated and so forth. But
good.
No, I don't think there's anything you can really do to correct that. If you looked at some of the fibre that was put in the ground, if you were around when it was done, it was just trenched in. Yeah. There was no real planning done for that. It was put in as fast and as quick as possible. So although the best intentions are done, undertaken to try and locate the cables, they've got equipment as well which they use to try and detect them, but to the best endeavours, we get about anecdotally about 20 strikes a year.
I understand that they're supposed to bury them a set depth, like for each type of service. Like, let's say main power should be, I don't know, just 40 centimeters or something, just, that's an arbitrary number, but, and that they should be at that depth in that place, but they're never actually at the depth. They're often just quickly thrown in a hole. And is there any kind of consenting or anything that goes with this? Any kind of checking? Or should there be? Because that's pretty dangerous, that they're not doing what they're supposed to.
A lot of situations that you're referring to are quite old, and the records are probably limited. Once again, it's best endeavours, and sometimes it says the cable's there, and it's not. It's 2 metres across the other, somewhere else, and so the GIS data in the past has not been as reliable as the current present builds. So we're always going to strike these things.
Fair enough. And just one other question. With regard to the digger, was that the same person, those two incidents?
I don't know if that question.
Curious.
Okay.
So certainly some training in order. Yep, thank you.
I assume it wasn't.
Okay, so we've got a recommendation 8.1 moved, Councillor Karen, seconded, Deputy Mayor.
It's not quite the wording as the recommendation, though.
Okay, would you like to change?
Yes, please. So I'd like to move A, that we receive the report, that we amend B to read that I think that there were probably 2 notifiable events, as it states that there were none, so perhaps some clarification on that's required that will clarify whether or not 2 of those events were notifiable, and if so, that they'll be notified to WorkSafe ASAP, in which case insert a new D, that a review of...
Answer that, please.
Oh, sure.
No, I don't think we can assume they're notifiable until we can actually get the follow-up. So we can note that, but we can't just assume they're notifiable.
So
I'd
Bruce,
rather get the information
the clock
before we
has
actually...
long since ticked.
Yeah.
So Bruce, what were you proposing to move?
It's around the notifiable events that they should have been notified straight away to WorkSafe ASAP, and that every minute that goes by is continuing to breach the Health and Safety at Work Act with significant penalties pending.
Can I get confirmation of that from our health and safety team? Because they'll have the detail for it. You're making an assumption that it was notifiable, and there's a debate on whether it is or not. So I'd rather get that information first before changing.
So how soon would you be able to report that back, Jeff?
I'll get the answer before the end of the day.
So why don't we just leave that on the table, and we'll come back to that. Is that okay? I think we can hold that discussion until we get further clarification. Right? Okay. Then we come to item 9, which is the audit planning letters from Audit New Zealand. Chris?
Morning all. I'll take the report as read. This has been referred from the Audit Risk Committee on the 19th of May, where Derek Olsen, our appointed auditor, presented these documents to us. There's 3 documents there. One is the audit proposal letter, which is what we'd commonly refer to as the fees and the hours letter. That includes an increase of $29,878, with the reasons for that detailed in 4.7 and 4.8 of the report. An audit engagement letter there as well, which outlines the responsibilities of council and Derek as the appointed auditor, and an audit plan which outlines the areas of focus for the audit and the logistics for the audit, which the areas of focus are contained in 4.3 of the report. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And this went through audit just recently, so is any quick questions? Because
very quick.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Doody.
Just with this pricing, does that include their travel and their accommodation?
No, it does not.
Thank you.
Councillor Ward, did you have a question? Okay, I'll just check there's no further questions. Councillor Bartle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One quick question. With your experience in this industry, is there anything that, because there's a substantial cost with this, is there anything that can be recommended to streamline or improve? Sorry, cost savings?
I think Derek's best to talk to his audit hours and that sort of space. I mean, in terms of cost savings and scope of an audit, there is a standard scope to an audit. The best thing we can try and do is manage the quality and the timeliness of the information that we provide to Audit New Zealand to make sure that they're getting what they need when they need it in the form they need it to get done as quick as possible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I'll be quick, Chris. On page 244 of the Audit Office report, it says discussions with the Mayor, Chair of Audit and Risk Committee, Chief Executive and other members of senior management. Why was the portfolio holder not consulted in those discussions?
I think that's an oversight in terms of the drafting of the document. The portfolio holder was present with those meetings as far as I understand it.
Right, thank you. I'm pleased if that's the case.
I can request Derek to reissue that if you'd like.
Pretty sure that was the case.
You both were there. You both, both portfolio holders were there.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, they were.
Thank you.
Right. Any further questions? I'll put the Councillor Ward's going to move, seconded by Councillor Bartle. Do you wish to speak?
Just quickly, this is what we have to do. There's no option. I did query the additional cost, which was 10% increase overall, and so I'm hoping that they can be held to that and lesser increases in the future. So I think we made that quite clear, didn't we, at the meeting? So reluctantly, we'll approve this cost. It's something we have to do.
Councillor Bartle. Further speakers? Like others, concerned about the increase in fee, but it's in the absence of a competitive process. That's unfortunately what we're in, and I have my concerns like other councils do across the country, and it's been well traversed and challenged. The only thing I would note is that we do get particularly good service from Audit New Zealand and timely audits. Not all councils can say that they're in that situation, so but in future years, absolutely. And it may well be that through simplifying local government and other matters, some of these processes may not be as thorough going forward. If there is any consideration given in that space, which seems to be, well, DIA have certainly taken it on board and did on Friday in conversations we're in. Local government New Zealand has certainly taken those things up to the national level as well. Councillor Goldsworthy.
Thank you very much. I do share the concerns around the price, but I would like to bring to the attention of the council that it is actually also the removal of a discount which we had been receiving over the last previous years. So the council has been endeavouring to the best ability to get discounts where possible across this time of price increases. So, thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Right of reply, anyone? Not anyone, Councillor Ward, sorry. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. We now have the minutes, number 10 of the audit and the UNR listed there. Some are prepared to move. Bruce, Councillor McLaren, seconded Councillor Bartle. It's functionary, so it's performed. So put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. Item 11, which is the Community Board minutes, Oxford, Ahoka, Rangiora, Ashley and Kaipoi Tuahiwi. Moved Councillor Manning, seconded Councillor Goldsworthy. I'll put
Just notice, just in the Ahoka minutes, there's repeated mentions to Dave McPherson. That's actually M. McPherson, M small c. It's only a small thing, but it's, I'm sure he'd appreciate it.
Yeah, if the governance could pass it on for just to get that changed. Okay, I'll put those. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. The council updates, I think we'll deal with those later in the meeting, pending time. But we've got still quite a bit of business and PMs to get through. There's a question. No, I have no questions on the standing orders. There's no urgent general business. We now come to matters to be considered with public excluded. Some prepared to move. Moved Councillor Ward, seconded Councillor Cairns. For the reasons outlined, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So we're now in public excluded. So at this point, we'll break for a brief adjournment and be back by 11:15, please.
the council as a PCBU to be ever vigilant of these matters, because they are very serious, that failure to notify is a strict liability offence that can carry prosecution, and they'll quickly lay charges if they need to for failure to notify. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Seconder?
Nothing to add.
Any
Can't beat that.
Any further speakers? Do you wish to respond yourself? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Just quickly, the updates. I have nothing really to update under iwi relationships, apart from we had quite an engagement over the end of last week with the mayoral forum and other things, and had a very nice cup of coffee with Tanya and discussed a few items there. So I have to say that I think that relationship's in very good shape. So any questions of me? Greater Christchurch Partnership, there is nothing to update. We've got a meeting in a couple of weeks. I think it's 12th. 12th is the partnership meeting, and I haven't got the agenda yet, so I can't update you on what that's in there, but next time we see that. In fact, I'm actually very happy for the partnership reports and that to be circulated to elected members. Same with Mayoral Forum that Nigel was saying this morning that they are released. Can we just make sure that when they are, the governance team that they are circulated to councillors, it should be being done. Just jogged my memory this morning when Nigel raised that view. So I've got nothing further to update there. Questions? Government reforms? Well, there's many. And I'm not going to give you any more other than what we're going to talk about shortly, so we'll just see how we go with that, right, for time. But the critical meeting is this coming weekend, and I'll talk a bit more about that a bit later. Anything you want to add there, Jeff? No. Questions? Climate change, Nikki?
I'll apologise in advance because I didn't do my report last month. So,
do you have anything you want to circulate?
There's a lot more in here than that I'm not talking to it all. Don't worry. But yeah, basically just touching base on the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan. So there's been a rapid review on that plan to inform the 2027 long-term plan, which has been completed. One of the bigger moves is one of the bigger changes is a move away from its Time Canterbury platform, which we had all with the other Canterbury councils, because when they reviewed it, they found there's still strong support for that regional collaboration, but the platform wasn't really performing well. So enough said there. Going forward, they are looking to disestablish that platform in favor of investigating alternative channels to deliver the climate education and collective action messages to communities. And good progress has been made on the current CCPP actions. So whenever I talk about actions, it's a plan and it has actions that are numbered. And anyway, they're making good progress with that. Our council staff work very hard. They continue to punch above their weight, contributing in-kind hours on that. So they're putting a lot of work into that. Work is progressing well with it. For instance, with one of those actions with the Blue-Green Network, WDC has completed a Blue-Green Network literature review and regional inventory on behalf of the Canterbury Climate Working Group, and those documents are going to be used to identify what work already exists in the region, so what's already there, and that will enable us to connect the dots, minimize duplication, and build on the efforts of others, which is basically the whole point of the CCPP. Moving on to Resilience Explorer, it wouldn't be a portfolio report if I don't talk about that. It's really super cool, and there will hopefully sometime in the near future, in the next couple months, be a workshop held on that to demonstrate to all you guys how cool this thing is. Basically, it can be used to it delivers a roadmap to be used for adaptation planning, land use planning, asset management, emergency planning, and they're also looking into potentially adding food resilience and natural environment into the mix. So it can do a lot of stuff. So I'm really anxious for you guys to get a chance to look at that. Now we have been looking at a district risk assessment. That project's underway, and very timely was the arrival of the National Climate Change Risk Assessment, because that means that they can use that methodology or as much as possible, so that there's consistency in approach, because what you get with this sort of stuff is apples and oranges. So it would be nice to actually have an apples with apples as much as humanly possible approach there. And as for the rest of council assets risk assessment, the pilot solid waste climate risk assessment has been completed and is currently under review by Jared and Simon, and the transport climate risk assessment is now underway. But I'm happy to report that we've had significant savings in the greenhouse gas emissions due to the work Kitty and her team have done in our waste minimization so far. So that is working. On the biodiversity front, our council has a biodiversity coordination group which meets quarterly, so that they can improve the coordination and collaboration across the teams, which is near and dear to my heart, because if left hand and right hand don't talk to each other, one does something and the other one undoes it. So I'm really happy that this now is a regular thing, and they work together and have been getting some good progress there. So Bex and VJ have completed a review of the Waimakariri Natural Environment Strategy Implementation Plan, which of course, it's nice to have a strategy, but you need a plan to implement it, otherwise nothing happens. So that is now waiting for sign off with a few folks, and that is all I will address today. I'm sure that is perfectly enough.
Thank you.
I can send you 4 pages if you want it, but...
Very thorough, Nikki, thank you.
That was just touching on highlights.
There was a discussion on Friday at the Mayoral Forum around the budget, so we'll just see where that gets to over the next period of time. I think that there's just quite a work program on at the moment, and they're just looking at whether it's achievable.
They are not looking at asking for any new funding in the next long-term plan.
It's not the new funding, it's whether the current funding is...
oh, good.
It's just the alignment of all councils, so just giving you a heads up. I don't think it's entirely at risk, but Phil was there on Friday when it was discussed. Jessie did a good job in that space, but I'll keep you informed.
The heavy lifting is happening by ECAN, us, Selwyn in the city, and Hurunui.
Yes, but it's Selwyn that's asking the questions.
Interesting.
So around the cost of it,
right,
and Christchurch City, both of those guys are both asking at the table about that cost.
That will be an interesting conversation. But again, CCPP aside, we're doing lots on our own here, so.
Absolutely.
And
all right.
We should keep doing that.
Thank you, Nikki. Any further questions? International relationships.
Right, thank you. There's not much happening in the international relationship field. The Passchendaele Advisory Group is meeting again this month with the Honorary Consul of Belgium before she goes to visit Belgium. So she'd requested if we could meet before that occurred. I visited the Oxford area school and spoke to some Thai ECE students who put on a traditional meal. The highlight in one sense was some AI generated images of the staff and myself in traditional Thai costume. So anyhow, that was a lot of fun. I put it on Facebook, so if you look sometime, you may see me looking quite royal. So anyhow, that's all that's happening in my little area of international relationships.
Thank you. Any questions of the Deputy Mayor?
May I just add one thing? That's, while you guys were in RNP, we had a delegation here from Malaysia that came to talk about planning things. And they were fantastic. They were a group of mayors, municipal council presidents, and staff, and our fabulous planning staff, ably led by Kelly, did answer lots of questions that they had about planning and what we do and what our challenges are and all that. And that was a really good, positive experience. And they were the whole chambers was full. I think we had about 24, 25 people in here on this delegation that was brought here from the University of Otago. And yeah, no, that was really quite useful, I think, for everybody. And I was shocked to hear that they are appointed, not elected, to their places. So,
Okay. Thanks, Nikki. All right, we're going to need to move on. So I've got no questions, understanding orders, no urgent general business. So we're at the close of our meeting. and we can resume open